Okay, maybe we should wait a couple of minutes for people to return from the coffee break. All right, let's start. So welcome to my second talk about GTK widget layout. Again, a tiny bit about myself. I'm Sergey. I hack on various projects. I've been using GNOME for about 10 years. And lately I've been hacking on GTK, or to be more precise, I had the stupidity and the audacity to look into the layout code. And people have started calling me the layout expert and expecting me to keep looking into it. So that's what I have to do now. GTK layout sort of has a bad reputation for being opaque, hard to understand, and causing various issues, such as hangs, infinite loops, these warnings and assertion failures. People complain, and nobody quite understands what's going on or how it's all even supposed to work. Sometimes it does sort of work, although very slowly. Here's an application developer finding out that there were 5 labels in the layout, and it caused Pango layout get size, which is of course a very slow method, to get called 222 times, which is ridiculous. Sometimes it sort of does work, but produces hilariously visually broken results, like here, courtesy of Alice. Well, the good news, sort of, is that we're not alone in this. There are a lot of broken ways that other layout systems break. Here's something on Android, I believe. Here's more on the web. Some more on Android. This is actually various GNOME-related things, like JDoc and Planet GNOME, the old one. This is just so bad. Here's somehow a pop-up box overflowing its popover in a web browser. LaTeX. And even in this very conference, this is a screenshot from the first day's session. We can see that the presenter's name overflows right into the presentation. So why do we need a layout system in the first place? Cannot we just assign positions and sizes statically? After all, that seems to have worked so well for Windows 95. Well, times have sort of changed in that there is a lot more variation and dynamicity now, especially so in applications that deal with user-generated content, such as messengers or social media, where you just cannot predict ahead of time how large your content is going to be. You just have to measure it dynamically. And on top of that, there are things like whenever you change your font size for the font, if you change your language, if you enable RTL, if you enable some accessibility settings, everything's going to change, maybe only by a few pixels, but any predefined layout that is based on predefined fixed ahead of time coordinates is going to break. And as a matter of fact, GNOME was able to change our default interface font from Quintero to Inter, basically transparently without breaking all the apps in existence, thanks to our platforms, our toolkits, ability to adapt to changes like that. So let's look at the basics of how the GTK layout mechanism works. Central to it are the concepts of minimum and natural sizes. Minimum size is the least possible size that the widget can take on. it couldn't accept any less than that. And natural size, also known as the preferred size, is how much it would like to get, but it could cope with less than that. So here we see the natural size of this window is this much, specifically natural width, and this happens to be the minimum size, although it seems that it's limited by the window title. In this case, we have an ellipsizable label, which means that its natural size is whichever size it needs to be shown fully without any ellipsization going on, and its minimum size will be something small because we can give it less space and it will just ellipsize. And the natural size is used by GTK to initially size a window when it first appears on the screen, because it makes sense to use its natural size as its initial size. And then the user can freely resize the window by grabbing its border and moving their mouse. But GTK won't let the user resize it less than the minimum size. So that's what the minimum size is used for. Note that natural size is not maximum size. It's absolutely correct to resize a widget, or in this case a window, larger than its natural size. But the widget likely won't be able to make any actual use of this additional space. So you'll likely just get more white space somewhere. That's the meaning of natural size, right? It's the exact size that the widget can actually make use of. If you have a more complex layout, not just a single label, what you could do is compute the sizes of larger blocks, in this case of the whole window, by aggregating together sizes of individual pieces. So in this case, we have a sidebar, which has some natural width, which lets it fit all the items. And we have the content, which is still the same label, and it also has natural width, such as it fully fits. And then the natural width of the whole window is the sum of these two. And the same goes for minimum size. So if you shrink this window, make it really narrow, this apparently minimum size. So it's the sum of minimum size of the sidebar and the minimum size of the content here. I hope that makes sense. But it's not just the interaction with the windowing system that GTK uses this size information for. The other, arguably more important use case is distributing available size when size is allocated. So here, at some intermediary sizes, we can see that basically this GTK box gave roughly equal amount of space to the sidebar and the content, and that's fine. And then we increase the window size further, the window width in this case, and GTK box can see that the sidebar, it has already received its natural width, which means it doesn't really have any use for any more space, whereas the label still hasn't, so it does want more space. So the box, it will allocate more of the width to the content rather than giving it equally to the content and the sidebar. Yeah, so here's sort of a breakdown. Layout propagates both upwards and downwards. Upwards when measuring. So parents aggregate sizes of their children. And this way you can kind of collect this small size and layout requirements from individual widgets like labels and icons through the hierarchy all the way up to the top level window. And this final window size is what gets communicated to the windowing system as the minimum size and the natural size, which gets used as the initial size when opening the window. And then it's also used when propagating layout downwards. So the whole window is resized, typically by the user, some specific size. And then parents allocate sizes and positions to their children, and they use space requirements of the children to decide on how to actually distribute this available space among their children. Here's what it sort of looks like in code. I'm going to be showing some code samples in roughly Vala-like syntax. But this is pseudocode. This is not actual Lava that will compile. I just want it to be easily readable by everybody. So there is a method called measure, which widgets may implement, which should output the minimum and the natural size in either orientation. Orientation might be horizontal or vertical. So this is minimum width and natural width, and similarly minimum height and natural height. And there is a function called size allocate, which again a widget should override, and it's given this size, and it can do something with it, presumably go and allocate its children. And an interesting specific here is that size allocate actually differs in signature between the virtual method and just the method, in that the virtual method only accepts the size as 2 arguments, and the method accepts an adjudicated rectangle, so sizes and positions. If that seems simple enough, in 2003, Owen proposes that we add height for width geometry management, which is useful for wrapping labels and other things that can wrap, like this wrap box here. What this means is that we not only compute overall minimum and natural height requirement, but also the height requirement for some specific widths. And this way we can know how much vertical space a label would need when given some specific widths, because its height now depends on its width. In terms of code, we have a new argument to measure, which is called for size. So if you pass -1, that's still the old meaning. So measure should output the overall size, overall minimum and overall natural sizes, but this can be something specific. And this is the size in the opposite orientation. So if you measure in vertically, so this just the orientation is vertical, then this is the width, the horizontal size that the widget is given. And you have to output the minimum and the natural height for this specific width, and the other way around. So if this is horizontal, then this is the height. And in addition to that, there is a third method named getRequestMode, which should return one of these 3 options, either height for width for height, or constant size. And this describes how the widget prefers to be measured. Typically, this would be height for width, because width for height is rather exotic. And you should generally try to measure widget in this orientation and not the other way. This constant size option, which happens to be the default return value, as a matter of fact, if we don't override it. This means that widget is actually simple enough that its size doesn't depend on this available size in the other orientation. So it sort of promises to ignore whatever for size you pass into measure. And this can be used to perform various optimizations, because you can basically measure such a child once, and then cache its measurements and know that they're never going to change, whichever for size you pass in. Note that constant size doesn't mean that it will never change its size, or that minimum must equal natural. It doesn't have to. The only thing that it means is that it ignores for size. So basically you can measure its width and its height independently. And many widgets are indeed constant size, which is good, which enables various optimizations, as I've said, but yet we want wrappable labels to be possible, which is why we need the other modes. So the measure implementation, it has to adhere to certain laws or rules, which we're gonna look in more detail in a second. I inferred this sort of by looking at what assumptions other widgets make. And what I did then was I encoded these rules using this Lean theorem prover or proof assistant. And then I was able to formally reason about these rules, what they imply, and whether or not some specific widget layout implementations actually conform to these rules. I'm not expecting you to read through this code, but this is sort of what such a description of rules and a proof of a theorem about measurements might look like in Lean. This is actual Lean code. So let's look at the rules. The first is that minimum size must be monotonically non-increasing is the correct term. So here we have minimum height plotted against the available width. So for any value of width, which you can imagine as a sort of vertical line on this chart, there is a value of minimum height. And as the available width increases, the minimum height must decrease or stay the same. It cannot itself increase. And vice versa. And here's an explanation for why that is. If you have a wrappable label, hopefully you can see the GIF. As you shrink the window, it starts needing more height, not less. And the other way around. As you increase the available width, its minimum height must get smaller, not grow. This is what many people misunderstand when they try to make a widget that attempts to keep its aspect ratio. So they try to return a larger minimum height when the width grows, and that's against the rules, and that would cause all sorts of breakage. There is a way to do that, but not as straightforward as just returning a larger minimum height. The other rule, which is rather simple, is that the contextual size is another name for height for width or width for height. So not an overall size, but a size for some specific size in the other orientation. It may never be less than the overall minimum size, which again only makes sense. Overall minimum size must be the minimum size. It can't be any less at any specific size. In practice, size graphs look more like this. So it's not a smooth line, it's more like a staircase. You have some height requirement, and then at some point, as you give it 1 pixel of width, it suddenly drops to a smaller value, then stays the same for a while, and then drops again, and so on. So yeah, you get this staircase. In this case, this is the overall minimum width that the widget can take. So there is no plot beyond this line to the left. And this is the overall minimum height that the widget can achieve at any width whatsoever. So you can imagine this blue line stretching horizontally to infinity. And another way you can think of this is that points above this staircase, there are acceptable sizes. So you can take any point here and, well, consider it to be a pair of a width and a height. And clearly it's going to be more height than the minimum height. That's why such a size is acceptable for the widget. And points of the host graph on the left side, they are unacceptable. They are less than the widget requires. And the third and most tricky in practice rule is that height for width must actually match width for height. If your implementation of measurement is broken, it's actually going to result in two different plots, into different staircases. They might be subtly different, like here. They agree most of the way, but they differ in this little bit. And that is going to confuse various other widgets when they measure yours, because they assume that it returns consistent results. Now let's look at the very simple widget layout that we can implement, which is bin layout. This is available in GTK as GTK bin layout. The only thing it does is it forwards measure calls to its child, as is. Well, GTK bin layout technically can support multiple children, but we're going to limit ourselves to a single one. And similarly, when size allocate is called, it makes a rectangle which starts in the top left corner and has the exact size as was allocated to this bin, and forwards child allocate to the child. Now let's spice things up a little tiny bit by adding margin on top of our child. So in this case, the child is a button, and we are a widget which wraps the button. We don't know exactly how many spaces the button needs. We're going to measure it. And on top of that, we're going to add a 20 pixels margin. And I've painted the margin red here Technically, we don't even want to do something like this in code by overriding layout functions. You should use GTK's built-in support for margins, such as place-setting CSS properties. But should you want to, this is what it sort of looks like in code. We override measure, we forward the call to the child, and then if you're being measured vertically, which means our height is what's being queried as opposed to our width, we add 20 to whichever size our child returns. In this way, well, we'll get more than the child wants to get. And the other thing that we actually have to not forget to do is adjust which size we measure the child for. So since we add 20 to the child's height requirement, if we're being measured horizontally, we want to actually give the child 20 pixels less than is given to us. So we have to sort of adjust or pre-process this for size before we pass it to the child. And again, we only want to do that when the orientation is horizontal, so the opposite of vertical. In a way, we undo what we've done here. Another subtlety is we only do that when for size is not -1, because -1 is not any specific size, it just means whichever size. So we don't want to end up with -21. And size locate is somewhat simpler. We shift the child 20 pixels to the bottom, and we give it 20 pixels less height than was located to ourselves. And this way we end up with this layout. Well, the button is probably constant size, so it won't depend on its height. But if this was a wrappable label, this way our container widget would behave correctly. Now, a tiny bit more complex example, GTK revealer, which is of course this widget that animates another child widget with nice transition. It's can show it and hide it with transition. So the way that this works is that it animates its measurements, and it hopes that the parent widget is also gonna animate its actual allocated size, because it cannot decide on which size it gets. It can only decide on its measurements or size requirements. So it has a scale factor, which goes from 0 when fully hidden to 1 when fully revealed. Well, the actual revealer has actually 2 different scales because it can reveal in different orientations, but we're going to look at the simplified version. And then when calling size locate, it would actually over allocate the child. So the child has no idea that it's being hidden or revealed. The child always gets located the full size. And what revealer does is it takes the height that it was allocated itself and then divides it by the scale, so it scales it up and gives more space to the child than the revealer itself has got. And then at snapshot time, it would clip the child to its bounds. But yeah, the child always gets the full size and it doesn't know that it's being hidden. And then let's look at measure. Again, we measure the child. And if the orientation is vertical, we literally multiply child's measurements by the scale factor. And this way, when the scale is 1, we simply forward through the child's measurements. And when it's not, we report some smaller size requirement. And at the end, we simply report 0. So they disappear. And again, we have to remember to pre-process for size before we pass it on to the child. We have to undo this effect that we've done. So if the orientation is horizontal, so for size is refers to the height, and for size is now this special value of -1, we have to divide it back by our scale. So again, that undoes the transformation that we've done here when measuring vertically. Except that this is not enough. There is more subtlety to this. First of all, if the scale is 0, so this is the edge case, we cannot actually divide by 0, of course. So if the scale was 0, then the child's own height doesn't matter, because we would multiply it by 0 right here. We would report our size as being 0 in any case. We still want to measure the child horizontally to report the correct width requirement, but we don't care which height the child requests. As such, we just pass -1 for size, even if our for size was some specific value. In a way, -1 sort of means infinity. So sort of give me your size if you have infinite amount of space in the other orientation. But this is only really relevant for measuring minimum size. For measuring natural size, you don't want infinity, you just want some natural size value. And the other important point here is that floating point division and multiplication, well, they're floating point operations, and yet layout is done in integer coordinates, integer sizes. As such, you cannot just scale like that. We have to round either up or down. And there were no guidance about how this should be done properly. Various pages were doing this wrong. So here's how you're supposed to actually do this. When converting from child sizes to the parent sizes, you must use sale, so round up. And then converting from parent size down to child size, you must use floor, so scale down. And I have proven using lean that this actually results in consistent measurements, and the other combinations, they don't. Similarly, we should actually fix size locate implementation, which I've shown previously. If scale is 0, we don't want to divide by it. We're just not going to allocate anything at all because the child is not visible. And here, since we're converting from our parent size down to child size, we must use mass floor to floor it after we divide. Now, I was going to talk about the fake pin widget in the Tuba app, which does this cool thing where it trims long posts and lets you expand a post if you want to, and it draws a nice animation. Unfortunately, it is quite complex, and we don't have the time to really look at it, but it is a fantastic source of edge cases and various concerns. So if you're interested, you should really look into how Tuba implements fake bin. Now, instead, I want to talk a bit about my own work on improving GTK layout. It oftentimes felt like this. You try to fix something, you try to make an improvement, and things break, and the more you try to fix them, more things break. At the end, everything's broken, you just sort of rage quit and give up. Except that I didn't. So what I started with was that issue report about something where 5 visible labels were causing Pango layout to run 229 times. Like, clearly that's extremely suboptimal, to say the least. What's going on? Well, it turns out that it has to do with binary searching. Suppose you have a horizontal GTK box, and GTK box is, of course, a widget that puts several children next to each other, either in a row or in a column, depending on its orientation. So if it's a horizontal box, it's going to put several widgets in a row. Its children are wrappable labels in this case. And yeah? Okay, I'm slowly coming to conclusion.
Oh no, it's just like a tangent.
Okay, great. Yeah, we have 2 wrappable labels as our children. And the box is being measured height for width. So the box is given width and asked what's the minimum natural height that it needs for this width. How would the box know how it should distribute this available width between the 2 labels to actually get the optimal size distribution, so it gets the minimum possible height? Well, it doesn't know. There is no good way to know. The only thing I can do is try different ways to distribute the space and see which one ends up with the least height. Fortunately, it doesn't have to try every single possible way to split the size. it can use binary searching, which means that instead of like 500 attempts, it only needs like 9, which is still larger than 1, but at least it's not hundreds. And yet, how come we end up with 200 something measures in the end? Well, it turns out that things are more complex on the inside than they appear. So here's a random post from Fediverse as viewed in Tuba. It seems simple enough, right? Just some text and picture and some buttons. Well, this is a sort of the layout that's on the inside. There is like multiple layers of nested boxes and flow boxes and GTK stacks and whatnot, and a label inside all of that. And imagine if each layer of boxes adds its own layer of binary searching. So it does that measuring its child widget 9 times. Of course, this amount of measures, they amplify. And at the end of this stack of boxes, we get a huge number of measurements. So I had this idea. Here's a random message from the Fractal app. Again, it looks simple enough. Let's actually break it down. It has 2 avatars, which are fixed sized, which as a reminder means that their width doesn't depend on its height. We basically know which size we want the avatar to be in advance. It has some non-wrappable label, which must be measured, but at least its height doesn't depend on its width. Another non-wrappable label here. It has a flow box of reactions down here. Unfortunately, there's only a single reaction. So I added a simple optimization to basically propagate the request mode in case a flow box has a single child. So we don't need to do any wrapping in this case. And then it has a single wrappable label. So my idea was that a box could notice that it only really has a single child that cares about the size in the opposite orientation. And instead of running this binary search every time, a box could basically subtract and add sizes of all other children, much like we did in that margin example, and propagate the remainder of the call directly to its only height for its child. And this way we could basically speed runs directly and fastly through this hierarchy of nested boxes and arrive at the single label and dramatically reduce the number of measurements. So I attempted to implement that, and it seemed to work somewhat, and then it turned out that everything is super broken, especially with Tuba. So I had to investigate, and this turned out a lot more complex than I thought initially. I want to call out RR. So RR is this debugger-like thingy. It records an execution of any program, including graphical tools. And then it lets you replay it multiple times, this exact same recording. And what's more, it lets you sort of run it in reverse, like running time backwards. And this is incredibly useful. RR is my superpower. I cannot recommend it enough. And it's especially useful when debugging graphical applications as opposed to like console ones, because you can record your interaction with the graphical application without interrupting it for running the debugger, and then run the debugger without interfering. I also added a bunch of warnings. So it used to be kind of complicated. Whenever you saw some widget misbehaving layout-wise, and you would debug it to infinity for several hours, and then it turned out that the widget itself was fine, and one of its children was actually returning contradictory measurements. And you only found out about that way too late, and you had to redebug everything from scratch. So these warnings, they are inside of GTK, and they attempt to detect cases of broken layout much closer to the root cause. So basically, whenever some widget deep inside this tree of widgets misbehaves, we get such a warning, and we can break on this kind of code that it emits this warning and debug, especially in reverse mode from there to find the root cause which misbehaves, as opposed to catching it much later and much closer to the top of the widget hierarchy. So that's been very helpful. It took several iterations, but I was able to come up with an idea which simplified how box works and to actually land this optimization. So yeah, in recent versions of GTK, boxes are a lot more efficient, and hopefully so are our apps. They don't hang as much. But in the process of this, I had to fix many widgets which were in fact broken. So yeah, just like Peter Griffin trying to fix the window blinds, I had to fix things throughout GTK and libadwaiter and others. Here's a case that we cannot really fix. This is a label which overflows its bounds. And it's kind of hard to see in the presentation because it's small, but the right text layout here, it's actually both wider because the emoji is on the first line, and it's actually taller as well because the first line is taller due to having the emoji in it. So that goes against that monotonically non-decreasing rule. And yeah, that's fundamentally broken. We don't know what to do about it. The only way that we're able to make this somewhat work is if you avoid looking at it, you might not notice that it's broken. So if you measure the label less, maybe you won't stumble upon these cases and it would appear to work fine. Maybe if you don't ever measure the label width for height, you don't notice this. So that's what I did. So yeah, just some parting tips. As a widget author, the first thing you should do is try to use an existing layout manager or combine existing widgets like GTK box. There is a lot of logic in GTK box, including these optimizations and fast passes. You don't want to try to replicate it. It's complicated, especially if you're not well-versed in layout subtleties. On the other hand, if you do want something very specific, such as an image getting a very specific width, and then a label getting the rest of the space. It will be much easier for you to actually implement exactly that by overriding measure and size locate, as opposed to trying to nest a large number of boxes and playing with active clumps whose minimum size is set to 0 or something to that effect, which is what I've seen nodesource do. And if you are implementing your own measurements, well, it's tricky. But please remember at least these two things. The minimum size must be monotonically non-increasing. You cannot like emulate aspect ratio this way. And when you forward measure calls to a child, you have to adjust the fore size that you forward, basically by undoing the transformation that you do with it after the child gets measured. There is a lot of like design space exploration out there. I want to call out this post by Havok from 2016, actually, so about a decade ago. And it says that basically the way that we do layout in GTK, it's kind of bad. It seems that it would make sense to do it on widget hierarchy like we do now, but instead it might make a lot more sense to do layout globally as opposed to recursively. So maybe you need some sort of layout nodes and then align things between them and not as opposed to align various widgets. So yeah, go with the post. Yeah, thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we do not have time for questions, but in case there are any questions, we can do them on chat or the track 2 channel. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
so we'll just wait for a couple of minutes.
We shouldn't be live, I think, yet. We shouldn't be streaming, probably.
I don't think we are.
Are we?
Stiamo facendo la diretta?
No.
So how is everyone's GUADEC been?
Start streaming.
Good?
Lovely as
Great.
always.
Awesome.
Best community of humans in the world.
Oh,
Take it
Yeah.
from me, I know.
thank you.
Friendlier space here than.
I can breathe here.
Yeah, no kidding.
Love one.
It's really good
Guys.
hearing that.
Thanks to you all.
Oh.
Thank y'all for coming, actually. Like, this is important stuff, and knowing that y'all think it's important too makes us feel good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do any magic tricks?
Yeah. We are collecting questions. So, a question. How many of you knew that the people with these tennis ball hats are the Code of Conduct Committee? Thank you. Oh, wow.
Okay, good,
That's
good,
cool.
good, good.
Oh,
For the
very
ones
good to
who
know.
Don't. That's who we are, and if you have any issues here at the conference, please come to one of us.
Hopefully you won't need to come, and hopefully everything will be all right. But yeah, absolutely we are here and more than happy to help, really.
Or if you want to do it online, you can email us at conduct@gnome.org.
Yeah.
All right, so let's formally begin. Again, we are the Code of Conduct Committee. We call ourselves the COCC. And this is what we intend to be a sort of yearly talk about things that have happened throughout the year that make us want to remind people about, how to communicate better, how to behave better in our community. One thing that we all have to keep in mind is that the technologies that we use and that we create are in service to our humanity. We are not just, some of us are just creating tools for the pleasure of creating tools, but in reality what we are doing is making it possible for people to be their best selves, interact with each other, do some work from time to time, right? So we need to use these tools and create these tools to build spaces that are healthy for all of us. It doesn't matter if we have a federated, super fancy, buzzword compliant communications platform if we only use it to scream at each other, right? We use GNOME's communication spaces, and that includes Matrix, Discourse, in-person conferences, everything, to talk with users, contributors, long-time developers and contributors like ourselves, random people that come and go all the time. And while it might feel in one of those, especially online spaces, that we are talking to a small group of people we know very well, in reality, there's always a background of many people who are just lurking in the channels or just observing what we say in the hopes of learning something, of maybe introducing themselves to the conversation once in a while. But if we assume that everybody in the channel is close to us and they know our communication style and they know about our jokes, this will not provide a good communication or a good impression to all the rest of the people who are present there. So the problem with online spaces is that without visual or tonal cues from the sort of in-person communication that we would have like in real life, people miss a lot of what is being communicated, and not everyone has the skill to absolutely write and communicate everything they are feeling and thinking. A lot of that is implied, so we have to be mindful of that. Next slide.
So sorry. Yeah. So the problem that we've been seeing as a trend during the last time is, well, that we ourselves are sometimes, not fine. Well, we've been receiving a number of reports that they end up not actionable, but they are clearly due to miscommunication or lack of communication between ourselves. So some samples would be like lack of empathy towards others or their work, or the effort they
Okay, maybe
spend.
we should wait a couple of minutes for people to return from their coffee break.
There's someone in the room, the big blue button.
What was that? Oh, that's still running.
There is a ghost in the university.
Yes,
So we
that was not me. So yeah, yeah, yeah. So some examples of this are lack of empathy towards the effort that someone spent doing something, and
All right, let's start. So welcome to my second talk about
wait a second.
GK widget layout.
We have a talk.
Again, a tiny bit about myself.
It's fine, yeah, I'm just. You're doing good.
yes.
Thank
And
you.
another, thanks. Another example would be like unclear communication of boundaries, like what someone is expected to do and what the others are expecting from him. Or there's some people who just measure others up to their own standards, and that's not what it should be, because not everybody has the same background or the same ideas or is in the same state of mind or anything. And then there's uses of abrasive language and people being telling things that can be seen as mean and things like that. So thing is that the outside environment outside of GNOME is already abrasive enough, and we have already a lot of pressure, and then that's not going to go less. So we should actually focus on behaving better towards each other here inside of GNOME, and basically, try to make ourselves this nice environment that we don't have outside. And should I elaborate anymore?
Okay, so everyone who talked to me today about what I was going to say, I mentioned I was going to talk about Hamlet, and this is when I'm going to talk about Hamlet. One of the problems is lack of tone in online communications, right? You have Hamlet, which is a play that a lot of us probably had to read in high school, and it is an amazing play, but it's been, like, a quick look on Wikipedia shows over 50 versions of it in film, and thousands more on stage or all around the world. Using the same words, different casts and directors have been able to put in tone and facial micro-expressions and like body language to make it tell a different story. And that's what's missing in online communication, right? So unlike, and even then, like, each film you get lots of reviews and analysis of what the director really meant. So like, it's a hard problem, it's a known problem. There are ways we can try and make it less of a problem, try to communicate it better. And that goes both ways, both the person and typing in the words, and on the other end, the person reading it. We can only, do with what we personally can affect. So when we type, we need to be careful of what we say, right? If someone's asking a question and you say no, do you mean that's an obvious answer? Like, what's your real question? Are you saying, I really don't have time to answer you right now. I really have to run, but a quick no because I don't want you to think I'm ignoring you. Or is it like something completely different? If you could just put that in there so that the person has context, that really, really helps. And on the other end, like if someone gives you a short answer, like ask them to elaborate. Don't assume any of those things. Like it could be any of those things, but you can't tell. Not with a single word, with no tone, no body language. So next. Oh, yeah. 3. George.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I got the last one and I thought it was still there. So yeah, as Rosanna was saying, there is important to provide context when we give the replies, like when we cannot answer in that moment, but also from the perspective of the person who is asking the question, just remember always that you are part of a very international community. This is like global, literally, and you just need to remember that there is, oh, I'm sorry, my notes. I lost them. So yeah, and you just need to remember that as you are volunteers, other people are doing this and they're in their volunteer time, and a part of this, a part of them not having the time to do whatever you are asking in that moment, you need to also consider that wherever they are in the world, there might be even sleeping or, like doing something else. So just consider these factors as well. In a very international community, also consider time zones when you are expecting things to happen, a part of just people not having the time that you want them to dedicate to something that you're asking. So just remember to be very patient and to wait for the answers. People might not be able to reply immediately because, they might be busy doing something else. And also, if they are doing what you have asked, they might have been, researching how to solve that, because it's not a default answer that they are going to know what you want them to solve or what you want them to do or what you need them to do, because it's not even about wanting at this point. So yeah, just remember to be to have empathy in these kind of situations, and yeah, that's it. Next slide.
We tend to go too much into the side of brevity in our online communication because we are too lazy to type out fully formed answers. We know many shortcuts as technical people, and so we tend to err on the side of terseness, right? I think it's important to remember that we cannot make, or we should not make, assumptions that people absolutely understand what one first asked, if one asks a question, or that people actually understood what we said as a very terse reply, even if it's completely obvious to the person who replied. Like the canonical example of this is if somebody asks a question and you reply with read the F manual, well, yeah, you might find the answer there, but maybe they don't know where the F manual is. So give them a pointer, summarize the thing for them if you know the answer in your head. Help them understand the manual if you have a little more time and inclination. And one thing that helps a lot is to clarify with each party in your conversation exactly what it is that they are trying to communicate and to ask and to reply. Like when somebody asks, my thing is not working and I see this when I should be seeing that, you should probably take a little time to ask them, what's your environment like? What's the last thing you did in there? Do you have this thing that I know always fails in there? What were you using before? Is this a long-standing problem, or did you just notice it? Just to clarify everyone's assumptions. And likewise, when somebody gives you a reply, take the time to clarify that what they are replying to you matches your understanding, or that you even understand what they are replying. Like, if they give you a technical answer, make sure that you understand how to apply it for the thing you were doing. If it's a non-technical thing, just make sure that you are communicating and understanding the same thing. With body language, that's kind of easy to do because you are nodding or looking at them like this. So the other person understands whether the other person communicates whether they are understanding or not. But with online written communication, that's a lot harder to do. So just give an acknowledgement that you did or you did not understand what they were saying. I got the first one. Okay. We have a section here about do's and don'ts. We're missing some apostrophes there, but anyway. Use the spell checker when writing your slides. That's one of the do's. It is very useful to remember to practice self-awareness when writing online or communicating online. We are a bunch of nerds. We love sitting in our computers all day, and sometimes we forget that we need to take breaks. We need to eat. If we don't eat, we tend to get angry, and we don't feel it until we're really freaking starving. So when that happens, we tend to be angrier and angrier in our replies to people until something bad happens. So you can practice self-awareness. You can learn to ask your own body, am I feeling all right? Am I comfortable? Do I feel hungry? Do I feel sleepy? Do I feel tired? Do I need to stand up and stretch a bit? Do I need to take a walk? Get a dog. They are wonderful. They will remind you when you need to take a walk, because they need to take a walk. Do you feel the pressing need to tell someone on the internet how wrong they are? If you start feeling that, you need to take a break. You know, stand up, walk around the block, have a snack, take a nap, go to the bathroom, do something that will end that feeling that you need to tell someone how wrong they are, or how bad they are, or how incredibly stupid they have been all this time. You know, because that's not what you want to communicate. Sometimes you might be feeling that about a certain person, but keep that to yourself. It's usually good to keep that to yourself and just take a break, you know. That person might be gone by the next day, you know, and you don't need to expend all this energy in starting a fight. So learn to ask your body how you are feeling, to understand your own physical needs. And yeah, next one.
Okay, so don't forget, when you're in a room and there's only 5 people talking, there's still 200 people watching, right? They might not be watching right then and there, but they can scroll back and read it. So make sure that what you're saying, you're happy to say in a public town square, because that's where you are. And so private jokes, no real place in a public forum, really isn't. People can get the wrong ideas and can very easily get offended when that wasn't your intention to begin with. Any forum that has more than 3 people, consider public. And also, honor personal and professional boundaries. Open communication is a privilege. It's valuable, it's not a right. We are happy that we can provide this for you, but we can only provide communication channels if everyone is playing nicely, right? If someone requests that they need to disengage because they need to go for a walk, don't go after them, right? They need to go for a walk, maybe you need to go for a walk too, right? And please do. You need to take a deep breath and just let people define their own boundaries. And don't assume someone, like, because of who they work for or what their personal beliefs are. Don't assume that is someone bad, right? Just because of what they believe in or what they or who they work for, right? That's sometimes not a choice, right? That's something that they've grown into. And you can talk to them, but you have to be careful how you do so.
And extending a bit on Rosanna's point, yeah, you should be careful about banter and the kind of jokes that you make in public rooms and whatnot. I know that GNOME Hackers feels like a cozy place for us and whatnot, but it is really not. It is watched by a lot of people that can get, well, they might not get the meaning of your joke or might be outraged by it, maybe justifiedly or unjustifiedly, but you should be conscious about people, yeah, maybe not being in your same mood or things and taking things more seriously that you meant them and things like that.
So what we are trying to say, more or less, is not to, live in a candy land, only butterflies and flowers. Of course, like, not everything is perfect, and conflicts are going to happen, like, discussions are going to happen, and they are both totally normal. Like, it's like, our point is not that there shouldn't be any conflicts in all relationships that are within the community. What we are kind of trying to advise is that it's important in these situations, when you find yourself in these kind of situations, to try and engage from a place of empathy and, try to put yourself in other people's shoes. And also, it's like very important in these situations to not kind of let yourself be taken away by the feelings that you have in that moment and become either aggressive or even passive-aggressive. Like, that's not okay. Yeah, important to not fall into personal aggressiveness and passive-aggressiveness, or even reactive taunting. It's important that we all know ourselves, we know when to take the break, and also, if possible, at least if we are in that mental state, to also help others understand when to take breaks. Also, I think that it's important to preach kindness, and we all preach kindness, but starting from everyone, doesn't matter if you are a board, a staff, contributor, technical or not, it's important to also practice that kindness that we preach and have a healthy community.
Often when discussing things or problems that we are trying to solve, it's useful to keep in mind that there is very often more than one possible solution to the thing. You might have very fixed or very particular or very technically correct reasons for suggesting something, but remember that very often there's more than one solution. There's more than one tool that people can use to do a thing. There's more than one way to use a particular tool. Sometimes the problem might just go away if you think of it differently. Remember that people communicate best in different ways. For some people, it's easier to do informal online chats by writing. Some other people prefer something resembling a phone call or a video call. Fortunately, now that we are using Matrix, it's really very easy to have online calls with or without video. So if you're discussing something that can be discussed in private, you can have a quick call with someone and later maybe summarize things in writing for posterity. Maybe you need a shared whiteboard. You can use pad.gnome.org. You can use a Google Doc. You can share your screen to illustrate something that you want to explain to somebody else. You can work on a shared document. You can keep it amongst yourselves, or you can publish it later for the rest of the world. So there's more one way to discuss things, to solve problems. So keep your options open. You know, we have many tools at our disposal.
Okay. As a reminder, we work in a free software project. We all know this. It's great. This means downstreams can do whatever they want with our code. We do not go after them if they do something we don't like. We should not, and definitely is not like, we do not go over, we do not go after the projects that do this. We do not go, especially do not go after individual contributors to do this. They're probably being paid by someone else to do it, right? It's not fair, it's not right. They have the right to do what they're doing. Please don't disagree with them or argue with them for you can disagree with them, but do not argue with them for disagreeing with our decisions. Right?
Yeah, sorry, I'm speaking a lot here. We've been trying to generalize the actual concrete examples of incident reports that we have gotten over the year. And many of them turn out to be, they are not violations of the code of conduct. It's just people miscommunicating with each other, misunderstanding the intent that one of the parties had, or reporting a joke that went badly. But they are not violations of the code of conduct, so there's no action for us to take. Generally, if things get bad enough that it's not a violation of the COC, but rather some really bad miscommunication, what we do is we generally just go to the person in question and remind them, you know, please be nicer in this and these ways. These are some things that the other person took the wrong way, so be mindful of your communication style, blah, 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 blah. So, that said, this year we have had a big wave of online harassment directed at GNOME and at particular GNOME contributors. We don't have a way to counterattack, because that's not the way to respond to online attacks. The way to respond to online attacks, at least for what we are getting, is just to ignore them. Like there's these far-right YouTubers attacking GNOME for no reason, and it's really for no reason. The reason is that they are just fishing for conflicts, or fishing for clicks, or fishing for subscribers. Because if they make it seem that there's conflict, and that they are the only ones reporting it or seeing it, they get more subscribers, they get more money, and we get nothing except grief and harassment from them. So just ignore them. Don't try to reply. Don't try to be snarky at them. You will accomplish nothing in the process except give them more attention. So don't give them any attention, because that's exactly what they want. That's the summary. I think it's time for questions. We're happy to give advice and stuff.
Oh, do we have a microphone? Yeah, absolutely. Or maybe if you'd like to come closer, we can just,
So I don't have questions, but as a school administrator, my main job was diffusing conflicts between teenagers from really different backgrounds. And so there were just a couple of things that I wrote down based on the things you were saying, that we are a global community, and because of that, we have different cross-cultural communication styles. So we have to keep that in mind. And then remembering that words are not being said or typed, there is a context behind it, and to assume best intentions as much as possible. And then I always say clear is kind, because clarity is a form of kindness. And then the last thing I wanted to say was, all of us come from different backgrounds, and some of us are neurotypical, some of us are not, but all of us can try to develop our emotional intelligence while all of this is going on. So those are the comments.
Thank you so much, Artie. No one could have said it better. So thank you so much for sharing. If you have any questions, please, would you like to make the question here? Yeah. Sorry, it's not the Bluetooth.
That's okay. Is there a camera? Right. Hey, everybody on the internet. I'm Jeff. I'm the new Fedora project leader. A comment, and hopefully there's an opportunity here. I would like to find a way for us to come up with some sort of code of conduct across projects. Like we're getting better now about internal code of conducts, but I'm very concerned, and I don't have specific examples, but I'm very concerned about individuals, especially the people who are not paid to do the work, who have a sense of identity for one project or another and become sort of tribal. And I don't think cross-project we have a way or a way to hold community accountable for actions in other communities. Like the code of conduct, as I've seen, are very focused on our internal process and not across projects. And so if you happen to be lucky enough to be paid to do this work now, your employer keeps you accountable to some extent because you're a representative of them, right? But we don't have a way to do that at the project level in terms of how people interact across a certain project boundary. And I would really like to find a way to establish a set of norms that we can encode across projects, not in the details, because the details will differ inside what's allowed, but we need to come up with a standard across projects so that when there's a community member that, known personalities that step over the line somewhere else, then I have a tool to basically start holding them account in a way that matters to them, because like I said, people tend to identify and they get a little tribal, and it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. And they'll feel like they need to defend because something has become contentious, right? And they'll go into another space and they'll sort of bark a little, right? And cross the line. And we don't really have the tools yet to hold people accountable for that. So I'm hoping maybe I've inceptioned an idea to hear, and anyone out there who's in another project who would also feels like this is a problem that's unsolvable, if we can find a way to set some standards, then we can start having some breakdown. Yeah, we can start break down some of that the difference between being a fan and being a little too tribal, right? So that's just a comment there. I think there's a challenge and an opportunity, so I'd like to focus on the opportunities. Maybe you can address this and take the next step in code of conducts, which is sort of across. And I think this helps in sort of the matrix stuff too, if we can get to that, where people don't walk into another space and feel like they have more leeway.
Yes, please.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. As most of us know, there was this case last year where a member of the board was banned from our community, and unfortunately that happened, or we as a community learned about this by just finding out that his profile on GitLab was banned, and it took quite a long time until there was any kind of communication about this case, and I think that had a lot of negative impact, like it created a lot of tension in the community. I just wanted to ask, in the future, is there a plan to ensure that, like just from a communication standpoint, that this will not happen again, and Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that question. Do we have any? We do have a board member here, but before that, I do know that because it was a board level issue, we felt that it was at the board's place to make the statement. The board has, since the incident, I know, worked on communication pipelines so that in the future, if something like this happens again, hopefully it doesn't, but if something were to happen again, we do know what we're supposed to do and how to communicate to the public. Okay.
Thank you. Georges, I saw you raise your hand. Oh, yeah, please, go ahead. Sorry.
Hi, thank you. I recently had an opportunity to go to the Yuen and meet some leaders of open source projects that are not in the Linux desktop space. That was very interesting to talk to them, and one of the topics that came up was code of conduct. Now, personally to me, the Code of Conduct Committee feels like a big hammer. It's extremely powerful. It's a big action to take to submit a formal complaint about someone, essentially. And that's a very kind of intense thing to do, at least it feels so to me. And I spoke to leadership of the Drupal project at the UN, and they explained how their Code of Conduct Committee has this like outreach arm where they're in most public spaces and they kind of do preemptive, like, folks, let's cool this down, like this conversation is getting a little heated, like this kind of community outreach thing to make the Code of Conduct, their version of the Code of Conduct enforcement arm, more approachable and less scary, I guess is a good way to put it. Have there been discussions about something like this or ways to improve, to make the Code of Conduct Committee in GNOME more approachable and kind of more integrated into the community in the way that the community is not afraid to approach? Thank you.
Yeah, that's definitely something we have had trouble with, and thanks for asking about that. One thing we have not been successful in doing so far is establishing a time zone diverse moderation team for the many different forums we have. We have Matrix, we have Discourse, we have Reddit, we have Mastodon, whatever, right? And we in the COCC don't have the time or the resources to be monitoring all these spaces consistently. Like, I hang out in GNOME Hackers sporadically because I have like real work to do, and everyone else has real work to do, so we don't have time to monitor all these spaces. So it would really be very nice to get volunteers to do casual moderation of the different forums we have. Emmanuel wants to say something about that. But yeah, definitely. Thank you for mentioning Drupal. I think I know a few people. You might know other people in Drupal too. It might be useful to ask them how they go about that.
recommend talking to them. They have a lot
Yeah,
of
they are amazing. They're really friendly. I love their blog posts. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for asking about that. Please don't consider the Code of Conduct to be a big hammer for really bad things. We're a friendly bunch.
Yeah.
You can definitely, yeah, we definitely appreciate any questions, reports, even if it's just somebody making you feel uncomfortable in the project. Not like actually harassing you or insulting you, but someone just making you uncomfortable participating in parts of the project. Please come to us and tell us about that, and we might look into things, so that we might look into things. Otherwise, unfortunately, the committee is reactive so far, not proactive, so we don't go and monitor all the channels for any sort of miscommunication. We tend to wait for people.
Yeah, just like we can only act on what we know. And there's only 4 of us here, and there's a few more of us online that couldn't come here today. But there's not enough of us to watch everything, and we we try and keep our ears up to the ground, but we rely on people to report. So if you see something, please let us know. Like, that is the only way we can make the world better. Is there time for one more question? Oh, one more question. And yeah, anyone, we're happy to answer questions afterwards outside.
Yeah. I don't know exactly how to say this, but it's like, I was very happy when I learned that we have a code of conduct, like a proper code of conduct, because we had a previous version of that that were 4 bullet points. And one of them was like, assume people mean well, and like, it's cool, but it was not very, forward in the activeness. So the code of conduct draws some lines on the ground that we cannot cross, and that's fantastic. I'm really happy with that. The thing about the lines is that people may walk very close to them, but sometimes, well, they can walk consistently very close to these lines but never cross them. And it is a very difficult situation to handle because this is not specific to GNOME. This is a well-documented phenomena where like people consistently are on the verge of doing something bad, but they never do. So there's never an evidence to say like, please stop. And it's like, as a community, I'm not part of the Code of Conduct Committee. And as a community member, I don't know what to do in these situations. It's like, talking is difficult because no rules were broken, but the discomfort is present,
The discomfort is the most important sign for me when I'm hearing what you're saying. Report, and even if we can't action on it as a singular item, if the more reports that come in, there's a pattern of behavior, that we can act on. And patterns of behavior, we can act on that. So please do report them. Even if you're not sure, come talk to us. We can let you know, right? We're very friendly. We really are. So I think that's it, everyone, right?
Shall we take the very last question from Jordan?
I'll just let it yell it out. If you are in issues and you're having trouble communicating, feel free to reach out to me and I can help with, especially if it's something related to mental health, because it can be trying. Uploading that to me, I'm happy to help if it's getting brigaded or something. I'm a professional. I'm not connected to your code, but I will handle it. So.
Yes. So you mentioned that what should be doing is like ignoring things for now, and how people profit from the attention. But I think like in this age, people do not profit from the attention. They profit from like being able to single out individuals and lolcowing them and like making fun of them and all that. So with that in mind, how do we protect the community that does not, from the people like that, especially when they do not have, some of them does not have the luxury of like being, being able to like ignore the transphobia or like other kind of harassments they receive online?
That's a great question.
Very hard to respond to, and it's also very hard to respond to because it's true.
Yeah. And we could philosophize on whether ignore the troll is the best approach here, or whether that already expired, is already past the expiration date. But yeah, that's a separate discussion to have with.
I'm saying that's a luxury not many people have.
Yeah.
Especially in our community.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So. Even if we try, unfortunately, like even if GNOME tries to do something, not in all cases we'll be sure that people who have done something bad will actually pay the consequences. I mean, it's like, I wish it wasn't like that, but unfortunately is. even if GNOME or any other community tries to legally solve an issue, legal matters go on for years, and it might also become like a torture for people who are involved, and it will become even more public, and it's going to make even more noise. So there is not a solution, unfortunately. It's an ugly situation, and to whoever happens, it just happens, and you know. It's important for people who are kind of on the harassed person side to keep a good mindset and to be positive and to, you know, realize that it's going to go on for some time, but then, well, life will go on, and concentrate on better things, and that's it.
In the past, we have gotten requests from people in the community to help them keep a low profile when there's targeted harassment against them. So if you are in that situation, please get in touch, and we can help you with that.
Yeah, we'd love to. And please approach, and we are super friendly. Even if you don't have reports, come and talk to us. And if you have ideas, suggestions, anything, yay, we're here. Thank you.
The AGM meeting starts at 11:45 in track 1, so we just have like 6 minutes of coffee break and then we go there. Thank you.
Circle if you want to know about how you can make an application or how you can become a GNOME Foundation member. This presentation can be interesting. So one day I was told by my brother about open source communities that I went, I searched, I browsed a little bit, and I found a list of these open source communities. And I was searching how I can contribute, and also what perks will I gain if I contribute to these open source communities. So I found KDE, Python Foundation, Mozilla, Ubuntu, and GNOME, which are softwares that I have used. So contributing to open source communities will offer you kind of similar perks. One of them is reputation, that if you get a membership of one of these open source communities, you can put it on your LinkedIn, you can put it on your resume, which is a second reason, and the second perk that most of them have. And another reason is that it's fun contributing to open source communities, talking with people, discussing with people, and making the software that you already use better. So the idea is fun, and the process, talking to people, and this part brings us to the fourth perk, which is the community. The community is awesome. It's filled with lots of great, humble, experienced people, which some of them are here. They're like really great people there, and they're awesome talking to them, and you can learn a lot from them. So between all of them, GNOME was the most interesting one for me at that moment, and I chose to contribute to GNOME. So we know what GNOME is because it's GUADEC. In other presentations, I used to tell them what GNOME is, what GNOME does, but now we know what GNOME is. So how can we contribute to GNOME? We can contribute technically, we can contribute to the softwares that already exist. We can contribute visually if we have experience in designing and doing graphic design. We can do translation, we can do documentation, and also maintaining their websites and creating content. So if we contribute enough to GNOME, we can ask to become a GNOME Foundation member. This is a list of all the foundation members that make GNOME what it is now. Actually, it's not a complete list. The list goes on, but these are some of the people. And also, GNOME gives good benefits and membership perks. If you become a GNOME Foundation member, you will have an @gnome.org email account, your alias @gnome.org, and you will have your own blog at blogs@gnome.org. Your blog posts and your content will be on Planet GNOME. You will get a cloud.gnome.org account, which is a Nextcloud account on GNOME's infrastructure, and also travel sponsorship. If you want to give a talk about GNOME in the events that GNOME hosts itself, or in the events that GNOME doesn't host, but you want to talk about something GNOME related, you can ask for travel sponsorship, which I'm going to talk about it later. My case was a little bit weird, but I'm going to talk about it. So I was browsing through GNOME and I found GNOME Circle. So what GNOME Circle is? GNOME Circle is an initiative that helps applications becoming part of the GNOME ecosystem. So if you make an application, if the application meets the requirements, if the application is built with the technology that GNOME tells you, your app becomes part of the GNOME Circle. So we have kind of two types of applications in GNOME. One is the core apps, and one is the GNOME Circle apps. The core apps is apps that we know that are kind of essential applications, like, I don't know, the camera, the calendar, the clock that we use on GNOME, file manager, music player. And also, we have Circle applications, which is applications that GNOME doesn't necessarily need and doesn't ask for. So GNOME doesn't say, we need that application, go and make it in GNOME Circle. GNOME Circle is filled with apps that people develop individually, and those applications met the requirements and joined in the GNOME ecosystem and became part of the GNOME circle. These are the applications that are in GNOME circle. I'm going to, first, if you make an application and that application becomes part of the GNOME circle, you will be qualified for GNOME Foundation membership. So that's another perk. Now, let's talk about how we can make an application. Your application should be built with GTK and libadwaita, which makes GNOME applications look unified and beautiful. Some of the apps that are already part of the GNOME circle is the Amberol, which is a beautiful music player. We have Chess Clock, which helps you track the time of your playing, and here it is. We have Fretboard, which helps you on how you can put your fingers in guitar that you play the chord that you want. And we have Binary, which is an application, which is a simple application that transforms the numbers to any base that you want. You can convert numbers between bases. And here it is. So now you see that GNOME Circle is filled with different applications. Everyone has a passion, they want something, they need something on GNOME, on Linux, and they built it. So you may have an idea, or you may have multiple ideas. And when I started and I browsed, I have had multiple ideas as well. So since I make music, I wanted to make this music production in Linux easier for people. So I was thinking maybe I can make a synthesizer, maybe even I can make a DAW, but that's a big dream. And at the end, I chose drum machine. What's a drum machine? This is how drum machines used to look back then. But now if we search, we will see these, this is how developed applications present drum machine. These are the drum machine applications that we currently have, which it has a row that you can say at which time you want to play which drum part. So if you put a kick, snare, you will get a boom, bah kind of sound. So this is drum machine. And you can make beats, you can make rhythms. And I had this idea, and I started literally drawing some bad-looking drum machine that I was like, I want my application to look like this. I want to name it Rev Drums because I'm Revisto. So I did draw this. And the way you should start making your application, the way I did, was I installed a GNOME Builder, which gives you a template, and you can create applications for GNOME using Builder. You say, I want my application name to be that. I want the programming language to be Python and JavaScript, C, and the languages that GNOME supports. And also you choose your license and you go on, you start coding. I started learning GTK, libadwaita, which is a hard process because the documentation, not the documentation, there is no online content about it that much. So if you are making an application, please write about it. If you face a problem with GTK, with libadwaita, go on and write about it and let people know. I think GTK and libadwaita, they are GNOME, but they are great, not GNOME. They are great, but they need more content. So this is how it first looked. So you had kick, snare, and hi-hat, and you could set BPM, but this is all the front end. It didn't do anything. So I started bringing and making it alive. And it had a playhead, and it actually played some sounds. I started working on it more, and this is the result, and it looks good, isn't it? It's okay, and I was thinking, okay, now it has like 10 rows, 10 drum parts, it works. I can maybe ask for it to become part of the GNOME circle. These are all like very long process, but I didn't have any screenshots of them, so I couldn't put it in here. But learning GTK and libadwaita, this is kind of the hard process. So it had the play button, the clear button, the volume button, and also it had presets that you could load presets and even save your own preset. I started looking at the app criteria of GNOME circle applications, which is a great list, hard but great list. If you don't have a experience in developing applications, that can help you a lot on making an application that is accessible to people, that looks good, and yeah, that can cover most of the things your application needs to have. And when I was browsing, I found that, okay, it should support dark mode and light mode, but my application was in dark mode, so I made it in light mode as well. So it played this sound as well. Okay, that was it. Yeah. This was a sound that it used to make. We could make some bits with it, and that was good. So the apply here button was like really close to me, and I could feel it. But when I was still browsing through the app criteria options and the requirements, I found that my application should be on FlatHub. So that's a great process as well, because we have experience downloading applications from FlatHub, but now we should put our own application in FlatHub. So that's a great experience to have as well. That is necessary for your application to become part of the GNOME circle. So I've searched through it. Before that, FlatHub is the Linux app store that supports Flatpak applications. Flatpak is a universal package format for Linux desktop applications. So I searched on how to publish my app on FlatHub, and I found that I should send the pull request. I've sent it. They told me I'm getting some accesses that I don't need, like network access, so I've removed them, and it got merged. So my app went on FlatHub. That's cool. Here is how my app used to look like on FlatHub. My first icon of the draw motion application, and also the screenshots at that moment. So I applied for it, and I told what my app does, I put the links, and I made sure it meets all the requirements, and I waited till Tobias came and helped me. Tobias is an interaction designer based in Berlin, and he helped me a lot. He's part of the GNOME circle committee, so he came and reviewed my application. He said, "Hi, thank you for your interest in circle. This app is very cool, but it needs lots of fixes." So there were lots of issues, most of them visually, and Tobias pointed them all out. So Tobias, this was the process. Tobias told me the issues, I fixed it. Tobias told me new issues, and I fixed the new issues. And this process went on, and Tobias pointed out the issues that were actually the things that I should have fixed in the first place, but I didn't have the experience. So I went back and I fixed them, and still more issues that I needed to fix. And this is a long screen record of all the issues and of all the discussions we had. I think this was one of the parts of this process that I learned a lot of things, because I didn't have any experience making an application, a desktop application, and Tobias had lots of experience. So I learned a lot from him. So after all of these discussions, my app started looking like this, which is a lot better. This is how it first used to look, and this is the current state of the application. So that's a big upgrade, and this is how it looks in light mode. This process was this was a very big upgrade that even Tobias pointed out on his Mastodon. So after all of these things, Tobias said that it's all good, and he reviewed my application, and there is no issues on his side. But the app needed to be cross-reviewed. So what is cross-review? Cross-review is that one of the person in GNOME single committee comes and reviews the application, which was Tobias for me, but then another person from the GNOME single committee should come and review your application. So 2 people at this moment from GNOME single committee should review your application. And then my app got merged. The other person came and reviewed my application, Gerger, and my app got merged. So they told me, welcome to Circle, and don't forget to get your membership and membership perks. And yeah, that was it. My app was live on apps.gnome.org, which you can find it now as well. apps.gnome.org/drum machine. And this was the new icon, which got upgraded in that review process. And this is how it looks on apps.gnome.org. So here it is, the description. Here I am as a maintainer. And here is my app on FlatHub. And the new application, the new screenshots. And yeah. So this was the process of bringing your app to GNOME Circle. So now what happens? And in this process, what happened and why should you consider bringing your app to GNOME Circle or making an app and make it part of the GNOME Circle? The community helps with promotion. So Tobias himself made posts about it. It went to This Week in GNOME, which is a weekly news that covers all the stuff happening in GNOME. So this is my application. And it went on GNOME's Reddit. And it helps with promotion. Also, the community supports you. So when people from GNOME post your application in Reddit, people come and see your application and write you comments, mostly supportive comments. So this is the comments that I got at that moment, which is inspiring. You want to make an application and you make it and you want people to use it. So GNOME helps you with the promotion, with the support. And at this moment it has 11,000 installs and around 85 stars, I guess. Yeah. And the community helps with ideas and bugs. People come, test your application, and also point out issues. And also, sometimes they send pull requests. So this is the issue. Some of them are made by the amazing people that tested the application. And people made discussions telling these features are like critical for the application, like pointing them all out, the ideas that I had, and yeah, so that's great. And the community helps with translation as well. So this is the part that we cannot do it ourselves, or if we do it, it is not really good, to be honest. So my app got translated into lots of languages. It is now translated into more than 15 languages. Yeah, and these are some of the apps that my app, this is some of the languages that my app got translated to, like German, French, Turkish, Italian, and yeah, Brazilian, Russian. Also, the community helps with design as well. So those are the like how icons look like in GNOME ecosystem. So in GNOME Circle or in GNOME, we have Jacob, which is a great designer with over 20 years of experience working for Red Hat, Zeus, and also GNOME, which is the reason that GNOME looks so good at this moment. So I made opened an issue, I guess. Yeah, I opened an issue pointing out that, okay, my app needs a good icon, and he made these concepts of the new app icon. And he helps with bringing it to life, making SVG files out of them, designing them actually. And your app can have awesome icons if you don't have a graphic experience yourself. The community helps with translation. So let's talk about how I got my GNOME Foundation membership. I opened an issue, I opened an issue mentioning that, okay, I've made this application, I have contributed a little bit to some of GNOME projects, and the way it works is that you open an issue, and people that are already part of the GNOME ecosystem, they're GNOME Foundation member, they should come and vouch for me. So the great people that reviewed my application vouched for me, and thanks to them, I got my GNOME Foundation membership. They told me that I should choose a username from these names, which is a mix of my first name and my last name, and I was like, please, can I have the name Revisto? I don't want to use my actual name. But they were like, no, I cannot use them because of a first name, last name policy. So between all of these, I chose Alireza. I'm Alireza Shabani, so it's a mix of my first name and my last name. So Revisto and Alireza. I'm both of them. And yeah, I got my GNOME Foundation membership with the name Alireza, with the username Alireza. And they told me the things that I should do to get the perks, like the email and the blog, and I got it. So GNOME Foundation membership, check. So this is all the part that GNOME helps you with the reputation. I got my email alias, alireza@gnome.org. Unfortunately, I couldn't get revista@gnome.org, but that's good. I got my own blog at blogs.gnome.org/alireza, and I wrote some of my experiences about GNOME Circle there as well. So that's my blog there. I've got my Nextcloud. And about the travel sponsorship, that's the sad part for us Iranians. I couldn't get any travel sponsorship from GNOME because I live in Iran, and they cannot send money to Iranians, and they cannot book hotels, or they cannot buy flights themselves for Iranians. That's a sad part, and I hope it gets fixed. But if I had the travel sponsorship, maybe I was there presenting in person. But yeah, that's the sad part about being an Iranian. This is the process. When I was making the presentation at first, and I opened FlatHub, my app was in the landing page of FlatHub, so this was a screenshot that I took at that moment. Yeah, thank you for listening to my presentation. I'm Revisto, alireza@gnome.org, Revisto at Mastodon. I love Mastodon. Come meet me there, and let's communicate there. My GitHub and also my Linktree. All of my links, my YouTube links, my music links, and everything there. Yeah, thank you so much, and I hope everything goes well. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. So you can hear me and you can see me. All right. Okay, let's get this going then. So actually, let me just, there's one little thing that I need to do here just before we get started. Okay, done. Okay, let's get started then. So my name is Pedro Azevedo, and today we're going to talk a little bit about diminishing returns in software development. We're going to take a GNOME extension that I developed as a case study. So that's the idea here for today. And so before we get started, let me just start the timer too. That's important. We don't. Okay. So nice to meet you. Like I said, my name is Pedro Azevedo, but I go by Pesader everywhere on the internet. If you see someone with this username and this profile picture, that's also my profile picture everywhere. It's probably me. And I was a Google Summer of Code intern 2 years ago in 2023. And I participated in GUADEC 2023. I had the opportunity to present a little bit about my project, which was a contribution to GNOME Network Displays, which I'm going to touch on in a little bit. And I also had the opportunity to meet a few of my mentors. So that's Felipe Borges on my right, and Jonas Adal on my left. Great mentors, great people. And when the internship ended, I joined the GNOME Internship Committee and the GNOME Foundation. And my main responsibility in the committee is organizing the GNOME Internship Bootcamp, which is a preparatory event for people who want to participate in internship programs at GNOME, like Google Summer of Code and Outreach. And I'm also the maintainer of Blocker, which is the GNOME extension that I mentioned. And this is going to be the subject of this talk. But before I get into the details,
can you reshare your screen again, because it's missing?
Oh no!
Yeah,
Let me share it again. Share the. Okay, can you see it? Okay, thank you. So as I was saying, sorry for this little technical issue, but as I was saying, I'm the maintainer of Blocker, which is the GNOME shell extension that I mentioned. But before I actually explain what Blocker is and how it works, I wanted to first go over my motivation for working on this project. So it actually starts in that Google Summer of Code internship at GNOME Network Displays. So the goal of the internship was to develop a way to better integrate network displays into GNOME shell. So network displays, if you don't know, that's the functionality that some phones have that you can sort of mirror your screen wirelessly in like a smart TV or a projector. Sometimes it's called Miracast. That's the name of the protocol that's used for that. So you can, share your screen over the network. So that's network displays. And so the idea of the internship was to enable you to also share the screen of your laptop or your PC just as easily in a smart TV or projector. And so the idea was to do that on the quick settings menu, so it would be very easy, very convenient. And so that required sort of back-end work on GNOME Network Displays, which was an existing app. And so the idea was to make it possible for the front end, which would be done on GNOME shell, to somehow access the features of GNOME Network Displays and show them, expose them to the user on GNOME shell. So during the internship, the backend was done, it's upstreamed, it's merged, it's good, but the front end was not. And so I really wanted to learn how to contribute to GNOME shell. And so that was my motivation for this project in particular. So here is the idea. I wanted it to be written in GNOME JavaScript, which is sort of the JavaScript dialect that GNOME Shell and some GNOME apps are written in. I wanted it to be related to GNOME Shell, so it couldn't be an app, specifically because I was looking to contribute to quick settings, so I wanted to learn more about that. And it also had to be downstream. I didn't want to contribute to GNOME Shell directly at first, because I didn't want to burden, burden the maintainers with my my baby steps as I was learning. So that's why I decided to write a GNOME Shell extension. As they extend GNOME Shell, they're written in a very similar way. So it would be a very good learning exercise. And more specifically, I wanted to make a quick settings toggle for a program named HBlock. And what is HBlock, you ask? It's an open source shell script that changes some network configurations to block generally undesirable content, such as malware, trackers, adverts, and so on. I'm not going to go into the nitty-gritty of how it works, but you can look HBlock up or look DNS blocking up, and you're going to get a very good technical explanation. But here is the setup that I thought for my GNOME Shell extension. When you install HBlock, by the way, by default, it's turned off. But when you run this command, HBlock, it gets turned on, and the undesirable content that I mentioned gets blocked all over your computer across every app. And so blocking is turned on. But if you want to go back and turn it off, you can run this other command to turn it off. Just as simple as that. So instead of having these toggles, the idea was to have a quick settings toggle to do that. It's turned off by default. You can turn it on. When you turn it on, it runs this little command here, and then it's turned on. And afterwards, you can click it again, and it's going to run this command and go back to be turned off. So that was the idea for the GNOME Shell extension blocker, which I developed. So I decided to start with a minimum viable product. Not really a product, more of a project. But the idea here was to create a bare bones work and implementation of the idea. So I started looking into the documentation, and since this is a talk about diminishing returns, it's worth paying attention to these numbers in the upper half corners of the slides. So in the upper left corner, I have the number of days that I worked on the project since the day that I started on it, like a continuous count. And then the number of commits on the project here in the upper right corner. So yeah, pay attention to these numbers because they're going to be important when we talk about diminishing returns, which is really the main subject of this talk. But anyway, I started with the quick settings documentation example on the GNOME JavaScript documentation, which is, by the way, superb, incredibly well written, detailed, very well explained. Props to the GNOME JavaScript community for writing that. It's really, really one of the best documentations that I found ever. So on the second day of working on Blocker, I already got it working. It was surprisingly quick, so I got it to actually run the commands that I mentioned in the previous slide. And on the third day, I made it so Blocker would remember its state, if it was turned on or turned off, by saving its preferences on a gsettings schema. Then I made a custom icon for the toggle, the little button in the quick settings, and for the indicator, which is like a little icon in the top bar. I also implemented notifications for when Blocker is enabled and disabled. And I also implemented a little check to see if HBlock is installed. So it warns the user if HBlock is not installed, then Blocker, the extension doesn't work. Okay. So MVP ready, the prototype was ready in 3 days. That was fairly quick. And it looked like this, you have the quick settings menu and it added a little button here for Blocker. And okay, looks pretty good for just 3 days of work. Not 3 whole days, by the way. I was still studying and I had my internship. So very little time. So that's when diminishing returns started. I wanted to really refine the user experience. And so on day 74, wait a second. Okay, so wow, I took like a 2-month break, and then I came back to the project, and so I started refining the UX. So after a 2-month break, I went back to it and made the toggle not reactive while HBlock is running. Because the thing is, actually, HBlock takes a while to run, and I didn't want users to be able to click the toggle while HBlock is running just to avoid conflicting states. So that's like a little paper cut that I had to polish there. I also added custom notifications for Blocker just to make sure the notifications would get grouped as the same app, basically. I also made the toggle not reactive when there's no network, because HBlock actually needs an internet connection to download the block lists that it uses to configure the DNS settings that it needs to block undesirable content. So when there's no internet and you tried to enable Blocker, you would just have an error. So to avoid that error, I just made the toggle not clickable when there's no network. And as you can see, the number of days and the number of commits is like increasingly rather rapidly now. So remember to pay attention to these numbers. I also implemented a little subtitle to explain what's going on when HBlock, the toggle is not clickable, So when HBlock is running or when there's no network connection, there's a little subtitle there, a little explanation of why that's the case. So, these paper cuts and edge cases took a long time and plenty of commits to fix. And it doesn't even look that different. There's just the subtitles here and the not clickable icon on certain cases, certain rare cases somehow. So, not very big changes, but still meaningful, polish, better user experience. And then after addressing user experience, I also wanted to address developer experience. So not only so I could work on this project comfortably, but also so contributors could do that too. But also because I really wanted to learn more about like GitHub Actions, linners, and GitHub Pages. Also, I really wanted Blocker to have all the bells and whistles. So since it was a learning project, why not take it all the way there, So, whoa, my God, day 346, from day 80 to 346. Okay, so I took a very long break, like hundreds of days, more than 100 days of break. And then I came back to the project and did a huge refactoring just to improve code readability and maintainability. And in the next day, thank God, not such a huge break. And in the next day, I also wrote a makefile for building, installing, and linting the project. We just make it easier to work with it. I added GitHub Actions that ran whenever I pushed code, or whenever a pull request was open. I also wrote documentation using JSDoc and hosted a static site on GitHub Pages. Granted, that was overkill, but I really wanted to learn how to do that, so I did it. I also added GitHub issue templates just to make sure that bug reports would be actionable with instructions to reproduce the bugs and so on. I also added a GitHub Actions that automatically makes GitHub releases whenever I push tags in the main branch. And well, that was the end of the developer experience changes. And after all that, I actually published Blocker on the extensions.gnome.org website. It got accepted. So that was almost a year after the day I first worked on the project. Granted, I had plenty of breaks, but still almost a year after I first started and 160 commits later. So plenty of work there. So what's the takeaway here? That's the takeaway. That's the most important thing that you should remember from this presentation. So this plot here has the number of relevant changes on the y-axis. So relevant changes are all the changes that I mentioned in this talk. Irrelevant changes are still important, but the things that I considered irrelevant are things like refactoring, changes to the README file, general aesthetic changes like to the icons, some tweaks here and there. So the relevant changes are all the things that really are meaningful and affect user experience or developer experience. So these are the things that I mentioned here in this presentation. And on the x-axis, we have the number of commits. So as you can see, when I started developing the project, every commit had a meaningful change, a relevant change. It meaningfully improved the project. So we had the first commit, and then the first commit that the project actually worked, which was a huge change, obviously. Then, you know, notifications, remembering the state using G settings, warning the user if HBlock is not installed, and so on. So these commits here are all very important, very meaningful. So as the project grew in size and complexity, the commits that actually had meaningful changes became more and more sparse. So I think the reason for that is because as a project grows and evolves, you have to take, it's harder, it's more complex to introduce new features and interesting changes because it's easier to introduce bugs. There are more moving parts. And, you know, even if you take care not to introduce bugs, sometimes after introducing a new feature, maybe you have a few commits later fixing some bugs that you unknowingly introduced. So this is why I think relevant changes, you know, meaningful changes become more sparse as a project grows in size. You know, Revisto here with the previous presentation, he was talking about how he managed to write basically like the core of his app, which looks great, is amazing. Congratulations, the previous presentation was awesome. But anyway, he was talking about how he could make a prototype, an MVP of his app really quickly. And then it took a lot of effort to get it from the MVP to the final product that was, you know, accepted into GNOME Circle and so on. So I think that's sort of a universal experience for developers. You know, you progress really quickly at first, and then as the project evolves, you make progress more slowly. So that's one of the important plots. That's the other one. In this plot, we have relevant changes on the y-axis again, but on the x-axis, we have the number of days that went by since I started working on Blocker, you know, my project. I mean, I guess the main takeaway from this plot is that I took very long breaks and I also worked very intensely in a few very short and very productive bursts of work, you know, of improving this project. So I had a burst in the beginning, a burst in the middle, and a burst in the end. And that's how I made progress. I wrote this project. So what are the conclusions here? Well, the first one is that polish takes a lot of effort. You know, from the first minimum viable product to the final version, I went from 6 commits to 165. Actually, I think I put 160, but it was actually 165 commits. So that's a lot of work. That's a lot of minor tweaks and refactoring and changes to the README file and code improvements and little GitHub actions and bug fixes and make file changes. And so that's a lot of work that went into making this project good for users and good for developers. From something that works to something that works really well, it was almost a year of work of difference. So another conclusion here is that Blocker is a very, very small and simple project. So you can only imagine the amount of effort that took for big projects to reach a high level of polish. You know, GNOME is known and has a reputation of being very polished, you know, often not very featureful, but extremely polished. That's because polish takes a whole lot of effort, as you could see, you know. So reaching this level of polish with diminishing returns is very time consuming. So, you know, it really brought me a new level of appreciation for the polish that we have in GNOME. And so the other conclusion, it's a sample size one, that's just me. But for FOSS contributors, if they behave like me, they may be very erratic and work in short, intense bursts of productivity like I did. I'm not sure that's the case for everyone, but it's sure worth looking into. That's a sort of work pattern that I think we should investigate as a community and understand how our contributors work. I think that's maybe a good place for future inquiry, future investigation. And actually, that's all I had for today. I thank you for your attention, and I am now going to answer your questions if you have any.
Thank you, Pedro, for your talk. Does anyone have any questions? And I'll just check the online check as well.
Okay. I don't think we have any questions.
Yeah,
I don't see
we don't
any.
have any questions. No. Thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for having me. And hopefully I'll see you next year in GUADEC 2026.
Yep, sure.
Thank you everyone for watching. And thank you for holding this call for me. I'll see you all.
So hello everyone. Next talk will be from Sriram on applying balm on dev burnout through community.
All right. The moment you've all been waiting for, right? Welcome to my talk. This is applying balm on dev burnout through community. And a little bit of who I am. I am a GNOME old fart. I'm part of the Old Farts Club, an old timer. I joined in project around 1997. And because of GNOME, I actually have a career in open source. I build ecosystems for a career. So everything and it's kind of funny because everything I started in GNOME ended up becoming a job in corporate life. So working with developers here let me build developer programs that engage developers. And this talk is sort of exactly like that. It's building a developer program. And I did that at Intel, which I will no longer be one by the 31st. And the other one was I do is build developer-oriented open source events, which also started with me starting a little event called West Coast Summit, which turned into Linux App Summit. And now I do that I get paid to do events now too. So I always love to thank GNOME for giving me these skill sets that I now get paid lots of money for. And so with that, why I wanted to present this talk. I've been thinking about this problem because we have a lot of burnout. There's a lot of things are happening out there, and I'm always thinking about how can we do more sustainable ways to support our developers. And And also, if you look at FlatHub, we've been getting a lot of new apps, and a lot of them largely has been lib Azevedo. And so I want to find ways to support our app developers. Recently, I started getting into writing a lib Azevedo app because as a event person and a developer programs person, I don't have, being on the Linux platform, I don't have any apps that helps me do those things. It turns out like I wanted to write something that lets me manage my relationships with people, figure out how to, if you have a agenda and things are changing, I want to be able to move things around so that, and play with how would this event look like, that kind of thing. I don't have those tools. So I went out and I started asking questions on Discourse and various other things, and I'm like, this ecosystem is largely like, if you're looking at the platform documentation, or you're looking, largely the audience is platform developers, right? Not necessarily and there's not necessarily app developers. And there's a mindset that's different if you're looking at it from a platform perspective versus an app perspective, right? And people do apps differently. Sometimes they might do it from I'm going to start with how it looks first, and then I'm going to fill in the data model. Other people start with a data model and first. But there's nothing in our documentation that says, hey, this is how you do your data model, because that's the first thing an app developers figure out, is how do you store your data, how do you expose those data with the right bind and so forth. These are not there, and sometimes I know as a new developer, I sort of struggle, right? And so part of this is, now I know I'm struggling, and I'm not always getting the answers I want in a way. I'm sort of left to my own devices, right? And as a professional trying to do a volunteer project, I don't always have time to always figure out and delve into the deep guts. So this is another reason I'm like, I need a community for that kind of stuff, right? Because if you have a community, you can grow things at scale. And going back to the dev burnout question is, if I am asking questions, I'm largely dependent on GNOME developers to help answer them, right? And they're already doing way too many things. They got a lot of responsibility, not just from maintaining the code, but dealing with issues and various other things. So they can't. I want something sustainable. I want something that will allow GNOME developers to just focus on their maintenance and then let community handle that, right? Because we know that GNOME developers are getting burnt out. It's tough out there. And we've become more efficient, but it's still a lot of emotional distress managing that. And that's why I always believe that community can help, right? So how can community help? What's my proposal? So the idea here is to build a community of app developers and organize them. We don't formally organize app developers, right? And what I envision these app developers would do while working on their own apps is help newcomers with questions, right? There's a lot of questions out there. Help them out with that. Maybe they can help contribute to developer documentation. Provide feedback on the platform. What is missing, right? Sometimes as platform developers, we want to know what can we do to make apps easier to write. What are maybe there are helper functions we would need. Maybe there's these things that makes it valuable for them to say, hey, if you could do this tweak, it would make reducing the complexity of the applications I write so much better. And finally, it creates a pipeline of people working on the platform. Right now, just getting people to work on the platform is difficult because we care about our code base. We care about stability. We care about the polish to deliver the best experience, right? And that requires trust, and we don't trust that easily. So when we see people going out there contributing in non-trivial fashions, either through these actions like documentation. We build that trust because we can see the quality of their work in front of them and how they work and so forth. And what I would imagine this community would do as a start is help out in code reviews, share the best practices between them, and also not, maybe also see what they are contributing, saying, well, no, don't do it that way. That might lead to maintenance issues in the future, right? And this kind of makes GNOME developers more, not have to function as the Q&A, but also to teach the teachers, right? That's kind of thing. We're teaching the teachers, and then they can scale that out. Things like code snippets. You know, sometimes I've written little things for Vim or other kind of things that let me quickly write code, especially if you're doing it in C and you need a lot of boilerplate code. Contributed code samples. One of the things when I was building, I was trying to build an app that lets you build agendas, and I was using GTK column view, which there's not a lot of samples on GT column view. There was one that Emanuele put down. I've been using that as my prime thing, but if there was more ways to kind of see how that worked, then it's easier for me to figure out how to use GTK volume better. So building a library of code samples would help reduce the amount of questions you have, because even in this world, I know a lot of people hate AI, but you can actually put a code sample and then ask the LLM to explain it, right? And sometimes they do it in that toxic positivity kind of thing that it does if you've ever done those things. But also they can do things like YouTube or Instagram. Like, we create a presence. And a lot of times when people want to write an application, they kind of look at what's out there. And if they see a lot of people doing YouTube video shorts or things like that, they're gonna be like, they feel a little comfortable writing code, right? And this is how we can get even, it helps us even show more of our presence in the open source community. So that means that a company might decide they want to use GTK. That means we'll have GTK programmers or live waiter program. That means there's jobs, right? And so it just sort of creates this community that actually could lead to some financial positions later for people who are working in this community, right? So there's definitely a financial angle to this. So by bifurcating, right now we're like, everybody is everybody. It comes from documentation or discourse. We all treat everybody the same. But what I'm asking is we bifurcate that developer audience between a platform and app developers, because the app developers is what we want to nurture. We want to grow the number of app developers. We want to make them strong. And I didn't put it in here, but hopefully that pipeline will, the GNOME app developer will slowly move into the developer platform. Now, you might say, well, this seems like kind of a gamble. Have we done this? Has this ever been done? And it has, actually. We've done this, and it's worked out. And I actually was here 5 years ago, and I presented Extensions Rebooted, and I wanted to create a better extensions experience. And the idea was that is very similar. We needed to nurture extension developers because they're also having trouble. They need help with how to write this thing, or how do we, when something changes in GNOME shell, we have an audience that we can push this information to, right? And the results after 4 years has actually been pretty phenomenal. And we had these long pipeline of code reviews that we had to do to get on extension.org. Right now we have 0 because we've actually have somebody who's sitting there doing these code reviews constantly and getting it updated. We have documentation on extensions in the JGS guide. People are asking questions on matrix, and they're getting an answer within 2-3 minutes, right? Like this is a great model. This is what we want, right? And there's lots of friendly conversations on matrix. If you combine them with other places, it actually stands out, and you can see if you read the conversations on extensions, you can see how grateful people are for getting their questions answered, and they're sensitive about the time spent in doing these code reviews and so forth. So it does work, and there are some key results that that I like putting out. That I believe because we had this community, it made it easier. A few releases ago, we made changes to GNOME Shell that actually broke every extension. And we released it in prior years when extensions broke like that, like universally. There was this huge community reaction, angry communication action. When we did this, pin drop silence. Nothing on forums, nothing. That's the power of community, and being able to do that is we managed it, and that was phenomenal. Community friction around extensions have been reduced. You don't see as much because extension developers are getting the support they need to update their extensions, right? There's somebody they can talk to, what's the changes are, how do we fix it, all those things, right? And I think for the most part, it's, for GNOME Shell developers, extensions is not a distraction, right? They can focus on the development, but also keep one eye on that channel and see how are people using extensions? What are the questions they're asking? And what breaks, right? So those are things, but I want to be clear, that's not because of me. I opened the door. So when I gave that presentation, 5 years ago, I only opened the door, I made a suggestion. And the community took over. The success is not mine. In fact, I'm largely hands-off. But these people are the ones that have been actively engaged and answering questions and doing great things. So I mean, I want to give them a big hats off. Especially, I want to point out Andy Holmes and Just Perfection. Just Perfection going back to what Emmanuel said in one of his talks, like, we will take these great people and then we'll burn them out. And literally, Just Perfection does enormous amount of work just helping out. He's one of the most helpful individuals out there, and I specifically, he has put so much time and effort, countless hours doing code reviews, just willing to help whatever, right? Just an amazing person. And he does everything I was talking about earlier, content creation. He creates YouTube videos, all those kinds of things. And I think he did a YouTube video about the breakage too, if I recall. So how would I put this together, right? I think the two platforms we have is Discourse and Matrix. When I was on Discourse, I can see a lot of those folks are asking. There are a lot of folks who are answering and contributing answers. And I want to cultivate them, give them, what's the word, is kind of, one of the word I'm trying to, is put a spotlight on them, the app developer of the week or something like that. This is based on these programs I've written, I've managed, And it's a great way to give them the powers, new powers they need to move forward, right? Provide incentives. Maybe if you contributed 10 code samples, you get a t-shirt, right? That way we're using our brand and identity and swag for a purpose. And I know a lot of these folks really appreciate, especially if it's something just for them, right? App developer extraordinaire or something like that. Thank you so much, right? Postcards, that kind of stuff. We can really drive and encourage people to some level of gamification. On Matrix, give them a special place. I know we have newcomers, but I prefer something they could look at like App Help or App Writer. So, I mean, these are just suggestions, but it's a great way to kind of jump in, quick question, and then we could create, points to documentation. There's a way to really put people on the nurture path to build the kind of content that allows that scaling for them. And then when you're in these Matrix platforms, you really want to do the 3 E's: engage, educate, encourage, right? And build that community around those concepts. Then you're building a solid foundation for the future and nurturing people that will be future developers on the platform. Because once they get comfortable and understand, they're going to understand, like, as they grow and get acquainted with the libadwaita or the GTK code base, they're going to know all the little odd little creaks that happens out there that Emmanuel really likes to point out. And also, you're going to get more suggestions or ideas or whatever, right? But the keys to success is, just like I point out to the extensions, is having those anchor volunteers, right? Without those volunteers like Andy and Florian and Just Perfection, it's not going to be it's going to be tepid. So you want to make sure that you get these people who educate with empathy and kindness, because when people come in and ask questions, they're putting themselves out there, and they feel vulnerable when they ask questions, technical questions. There was a kernel developer named Steven Ronstadt. He's a big shot kernel developer. His first open source contribution was to GNOME. And he told me how many hours he spent on his first commit or whatever, like, and how vulnerable he felt, that will people like it? Would it be okay? Whatever. That even when you're talking about these big, well-known kernel developers, they feel vulnerable too, right? They feel their reputation is on there. So when they're asking a question, they feel their reputation is on there. So that's why empathy and kindness is such an important part of having a safe space in these channels. So enforce the code of conduct. Make sure it's a safe space. So with that, I want to do my call for action. I'm looking for volunteers. I'm looking for anchor volunteers who can help implement this, grow this community, and increase the amount of apps that we have on FlatHub, and make this platform great. So with that, I'm going to say thank you. And if you want to reach out to me, you can do so. And if you have any questions, I can take some. I think. How much time do we have?
20 minutes.
Huh?
20 minutes.
No, how much time left?
Yes, 20 minutes.
We have 20 minutes. All right. I can write some code too while we're at it. So I already did a 20-minute talk. I can restart this thing and do it again. So any questions? Yes. Yeah, you can come here, you can, I'll swing them.
I just have a brief comment that I think it's really important. You were talking about anchor volunteers, and I think it's really important to encourage people like that within the community because I feel like they may feel that it's a thankless role. And so I know that a couple of times I know that others have done it too, but just taking a couple minutes just to say to some of those volunteers, just really appreciate the efforts, really appreciate the positive attitude, because I feel like sometimes people might think that they're doing all this work to foster positivity and they're never really hearing that positive feedback. So I just think that that's important. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I did. In fact, I had a slide where I pointed out, we had a previous effort called Extensions Rebooted, and we had those anchor volunteers, and I'm always out there to support. I'm always out there to support them, right? A lot of them do get, like, especially extension developers, just like GNOME developers, get abused as well. And I'll give you one example of funniness. One of them, Just Perfection pointed me out to a code review he did on extensions at GNOME.org. And this guy has put in there and to be part of extensions at GNOME.org, and they did the code review, and he made these suggestions. The extension developer said, "This is too much work. If you want me to do this work, you have to pay me 25 euros an hour to do it." And he goes, "It's this kind of weird thing where I'm not paying you to accept your app on my platform." So there's all these kind of funny business. So, this is where you try to jump in. It's like, because Just Perfection is a very kind person, and he would never say anything out of turn. This is where senior people come in and is like, no, that's not happening. Please go ahead and keep it on your GitHub and do whatever. Those kinds of support you need to keep people happy when you're talking about anchor community members, is senior members making sure that they are safe and being able to manage them. And I'm always, like I said, this is my way to call out these anchor folks from my previous effort, right? And after 4 years, it is a thankless job to keep doing code reviews and spending hours and hours doing them and don't get me wrong, there are plenty on that channel who absolutely said, "Thank you so much. I hope it was not too much. We don't want to waste your time." Like, that level of sympathy was there, so people know that. Yes, part of nurturing a community is to take care of your anchor volunteers, and that's what my role would be, not necessarily, or people in an engagement team or sort of thing, is to make sure that people are safe, people feel appreciated, people are getting t-shirts if they're doing that kind of work, that kind of thing. So, any other questions?
So you had a page that listed some of the benefits of the extension extensions rebooted community. I would like to add another item there. I'm a shell developer, and it's often hard to predict how something will affect extensions or if something could be useful for extensions, and having this contact point where you can just pop in and ask, "Hey, we are thinking about this. What do you think about this? Would this be useful to you? Is it maybe too late in the cycle to introduce a change like this? We would like to do this, but it will probably break some extensions." This is some very valuable place, because if there is no contact, then we will not know what happened, how extensions are affected after the release when it's too late. So having this place where we know we have friendly relations with competent people,
and we can just like quickly check some stuff beforehand and figure stuff out, and I think that also removes like a lot of frictions.
Yeah.
So
it's actually respect, right? They feel respected because you as maintainers are asking them for feedback so that you're guiding Shell in the way that has less friction, right? For them, right? That's respecting your community, and that's wonderful that you're all doing that, because that is an important aspect of it, right? Of keep having these communities.
but I mean, it's less out of kindness and more of like, if we don't know something, we have like a place to actually ask the question. This is, we are clueless in this regard, and having some people who are expert in this field, like more experts than we are, and really go there and ask our questions and get a friendly answer. No, oh my God, no, you will break everything, go away. This is also like super helpful to us.
Yeah.
So it's not just for like extension authors or users. It's also like a great place for us.
Yeah, it's great.
Like a huge improvement.
Thank you so much, Orion, for that. Any other questions or comments? Yes. Okay.
Okay, so yeah, thank you for the talk. So you're talking about the extensions community, the app developers community, maybe even like before the initiatives, they were already established communities with a lot of members, and some of them probably eager to jump in and help. What you would recommend for newer communities where there aren't yet any like anchor volunteers who would regularly like help out, and where the community is only trying to find those people who would help out more? So what would you recommend for like newer communities, for building this in newer communities?
Yeah, so the question is, if you're going to bring up a new community, how do you attract anchor volunteers who will come in and be part of that? In this is because there's a wider ecosystem inside, so we're able to do that. If you're talking from a generic perspective, then I would say it's you start with, let's say you would start with areas where people congregate, right? So I started in a GNOME conference, right? And that's a great place. People always, every time I do it, people have come up and, hey, I want to volunteer, things like that. So trying to find a place where there is a large community, sometimes a talk. Let's say you're building a community, right? So you go to an open source conference, maybe a Linux Foundation, Open Source Summit, or something, or all things, whatever FOSDEM, right? You would start there. You would start there. You would talk, and it's really important to talk of your vision of what you're trying to accomplish, right? Because that's your ad, right? If you are enthusiastic and you are passionate, people respond to passion in a way that it connects them, right? They'll come to you. And then as long as you have a clear vision of what you want and where you want it to go, then those anchor people will come because they feel they're connected with you and they want to do the same thing. Sometimes the argument is, I want to learn this thing. Let's say it's a Rust community. I want to learn, or I want to, I like the idea of helping people. Some people are attracted of helping people. So it just depends on what it is, but you have good documentation, good set of roles, and learn to promote the people. So if you're aware of people, you can promote them, right?
So you need to be on the lookout for people who start helping more, and then you need to notice it and kind of help them out, reach out, promote them.
Everybody loves when you suddenly single them out and say, I really love what you're doing. Can you help me with this? And they'll do it. That's exactly, I have done that with Reddit. I've promoted somebody to go and manage the Reddit thing, and suddenly they're all over the place, you know. One very famous one is, there was this guy named Andrea Viri who asked me, I want to be a systems administrator. He was a law student. And he said, can you help me? And I go, yeah. And then I got him root, and next thing you know, this is all. So knowing what they are and how passionate they are, and giving them a chance to promote them, and say, yeah, I think what you're doing is amazing, is a clear way to get your anchor tenants, anchor volunteers.
Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions? Maybe community versus whatever? Looks like I'm going very generic now. Okay, I think we're done. Thank you.